Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? All right, so uh pretty positive call interest all the way up to 43.65 where it falls off. And then we'll see if more picks up at 43.70. Remember, this can get rejected here at 60, at 70, and at 75. So be careful. One second. All right. What am I looking for here? One second. Okay. Where was I? Dork wins. Already? Yep, I'm well aware that Rad filed bankruptcy today. They also received a 3.45 billion in loans in order to get through the bankruptcy. And it's not expected to affect their operations. At least not as of yet. One sec. guys. I can't deal with this shit today. How's everyone doing? I think I'm back. Did I miss anything? No? Cool. Sweet. Resistance 4360. So yields are rocketing again. Bond market looking super stable. Dollar's down, however, with the euro and the pound both up pretty strongly this morning. IWM's up 100 BPS, yeah. QQQ is close. No, I think Rad's halted. Yeah, still halted. So simply not trading yet. I don't know when the halt is until, but it began at 8:03 this morning. Rev all over again, baby. It's not even, I don't even think they have a delisting date yet. Hopefully it's the part of Rev where they filed bankruptcy and got a loan and the price went from like 20 cents to $12. When Moynihan bean stand? Snap ripping? Interesting. Thanks, Carl. I do my best. Looking good to tap 4,400 on ES. No. No. Don't expect indexes to be strong or stable. I don't think that's a good expectation for them. While we should maybe tap 4,400, we could also just fail here. And failures could be, well, they could be interesting. Oh, you piece of shit. There we go. Tesla rocketed up this morning. How's Netflix doing? Netflix bounced. Well, a little bit. Microsoft. So Microsoft floating Apple. Google's doing okay this morning. Cat. So there's some breadth in the pump. Let me check RSP too. RSP's up like 50 BPS. What are you gonna do if JFresh prediction is hitting the mark this week? I don't know. I guess take profits on all my November puts. I expect you to be a strong and stable indicator of how well the local Wendy's is doing. I see. Are we YOLOing shitcos again? I mean, if $300 is a YOLO, I guess. Any thoughts on how long JPY will stay up around 150? to $1 range. Planning a trip to Japan in the next 6 months. Probably not 6 months, but I guess it could. It'll depend on how long it takes the Ministry of Finance to deplete their reserves. GME is getting prolapsed. I see that. Did you see Taylor Swift Era's concert movie? No. It was quite delightful, and I highly recommend seeing it. Super high production value, and a great show from SoFi Stadium. Neat. BlackRock BTC Spot ETF approved. Ooh. Well, there goes decentralization. Is GME being priced for bankruptcy? No. Shockingly, GME is still overvalued at these prices. Sherwin up. Oh, Schwab up 3%. Nice. You're going to read T-Swing and SoFi ad, but not my question. Interesting. Green and orange, red crossover on your SPX zones. How can you not tell what level they're at? There's a fucking axis, man. What do you think? Go look at the picture again. I'm going to Japan in 2.5 weeks. Any chance USD JPY goes higher than 1.5 before then? Yeah. Jimmy fell off the screen. There it is. It's back. Still not trading. Why is it still halted? This is fucking weird, man. So Rite Aid secured $3.45 billion in financing from lenders. And then Jeffrey Steen will take over as CEO. They entered an agreement for MedImpact, a pharmacy benefit management firm, to acquire its Elixir Solutions business. I don't understand why it's still halted, though. I mean, they got another $3.5 billion. As far as restructuring their debt goes, that's promising, right? I mean, the rate's bad, but their revenues are fine, right? It's just their debt that's an issue. And potential like opioid liabilities, but those are unresolved. Yeah, I mean 3.45 billion gets rid of all their current liabilities. Like they still make like $6 billion a quarter, like consistently too. Like the trailing 12-month revenue is 23.738 billion or 73 billion. Yeah, but they've denied the allegations of the opioid lawsuits, so that's not finalized yet. My 4400s aren't in the money yet. Why didn't you warn me that STX is unstable and it could get rejected at through levels between here and 4375? I feel like I did. I feel like that was the first warning I offered. Whenever I scale positions, I get destroyed. Is this because the lizard people find the term offensive and use their magic juju against my port? Probably. Yeah. I don't know. Ask Brian Moynihan. Tupperware is still shitting the bed. Ooh. What's Fubo doing? Fubo's still getting shorted. In college, I used to buy 30 racks from Rite Aid because they were the cheapest. I'm surprised they're going out of business. They were horribly mismanaged. Somehow they make $30 billion or $6 billion a quarter and $30 billion a year, and they manage to net negative 300 million a quarter, or a net negative billion a year. BTC ETF was probably fake news. It dumped. I don't see how that would be bullish for people who are like long Bitcoin. Is 1 million for GME a lot of FTDs? Historically, yeah. For ETF FTDs, it is. I think the highest I've ever seen was last August, and that was like 3.4 million. Time to buy some monthlies on GME? Maybe. I'll think about it. NVIDIA update. I currently have 90x Jan 2024 puts. Every time my puts are down, I average them lower. I'm hedging my puts with more puts, just like you taught me. Fantastic. You better hope fucking Jensen isn't able to fraud his way through another earnings. Is Siri finna bust? I don't know. It's a fucking shitty radio company. Maybe. Looks like they bounced back the early morning drop. That position seems to be extremely sensitive to market volatility. Or, well, at least very, very highly correlated with QQQ vol. Like price improvement is highly correlated with what is it, VXQ or whatever. VXM. That's what it is. My GME monthlies were all labeled Jan 19, 2024. Okay. Well, that's a month, right? Dad, I think Jay Fresh likes meat sabers a bit too much. Is he still posting cats with dicks? Yes. Yes, he is. Bitcoin ETF was announced by BlackRock to be a false headline. Still waiting on approval. Okay. Well, that sucks for Bitcoin, I think. Not necessarily to do with stock price, but do you have a bead on what can be expected with Fubo earnings? I mean, I think all we really want to see out of Fubo earnings is continued progress towards their goal of like positive EBITDA by end of 2024, right? So as long as they're continuing to accrue subscribers and increase revenues, then awesome. I don't really have any expectations though. I mean I guess I expect them to keep doing that because I own it. But a bought a put, can you make the market go down now? You don't think that might have been a little early? What if we break up? Is Upstart just going up with the market? It could be. It's pretty illiquid right now. Um, yeah. Might also just be going up because Nvidia's actually rocketing. But that's the wrong. Let's see. Upstart has hard resistance at oh well at the trend. So like right here. And it's still being shorted, so yeah, I don't know. It may get another breakout and test that $30 level again this week. That's not impossible. Mechanically, why would RAD still be halted? I actually don't know. Like, I understand the halt for the announcements, unless there's some other announcement that is pending. You can check the reason, I guess. Current trading halts. It says news pending. So I bought a call. Can we go up now? Maybe not. Vol's starting to increase. Yields are getting pressured and Dixie's starting to move up. The 30 years now up 240 BPS. So probably bigger swings in bond volatility this morning. Correlation's up today too. Hmm. Yeah. Vol yields and bonds are contracting again. This could be really bearish if this starts to spike back up. I will say that it does seem to happen very quickly. Is there a Radar Q channel on the Discord? No. Is the docuplay done? I mean, I got out of it, but it may still have more upside. It would definitely be affected by indexes if indexes were to climb, although I can't say they look all that hot right now. Someone trying to buy all the SPX brand dip. I wonder if they're planning a party. Maybe. Oh no, they will not pump the fuck out of Meta. Sad. Um, Meta was doing okay. Meta's doing okay today. It'll resume trading at some point. It's halted right now, pending news. If this channel was a stock, would it be PiFi, Gherk, or Nodan? It'd just be PKL. I'd want to be listed on NYSE. Good morning, John. Dixie's coming back up. 0 DTE 4350 and okay buy right now? Or better wait for a confirmed downturn? It's probably better to wait. Right now, at the money interest, still call favored. And they're building out quite the ladder up to like 4,400. Don't forget that their slightly longer dated call positions are still trapped. They haven't closed those yet. If RAD goes to $5, I might shit my pants. Shit our pants together, dork. Would you rather have the ticker shill? That'd be pretty cool. Like same pants? Yeah. Is everything priced in? Where do I make money in this market? Yeah, super efficient. Sorry, you missed it by 50 years. Better luck next time. Yeah, yeah. Pickle is taken? God damn it. We'll just buy him out, right? Create a pump and dump ETF with the ticker NYSE. You probably wouldn't get approved. Yeah, we could use an alternate spelling, but XRT kind of being pumpy, provocative. It is kind of provocative. Retail sales aren't until tomorrow, so there's a brief window of hope that the American consumer isn't actually completely dead yet. I didn't play Rad, which means it's going to MOASS. I'll let you know when I chase so you can sell the top. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Gherk would be great. But what's it going to be? Like, what's the goal of the ETF? Do we just sell covered calls to buy bankrupt stocks? Yes. So the core holdings just 50,000 shares of Burke B and weekly options on every stock currently facing delisting. Might work. Maybe we could just do SPX collars. But instead of a dividend payout, we buy shit penny stocks. Is Rad halted so that Nancy Pelosi could buy shares of it before they gap up? I don't know, man. It got shorted really fucking hard on Friday, so they were expecting news. I'm not sure if the news that came out is what they wanted to hear, but someone's either gonna have to cover or double down on their short. The prospectus describing the trading strategy will both need a PhD in financial engineering and some next level of degeneracy to understand. Are they going to announce the Rad float is fully DRS? No. As a fiscally responsible pickle, I must admit I have 350 contracts of Rad. Let's see what happens here. Immediately to OTC. The new CEO of Rad submits a request to the NYSE that they be delisted before unhalting. 5 years later, he's working for Citadel as a consultant. We've seen this shit before. Yeah. I do find it odd that it's still halted for seemingly no reason though. All right, it's still strengthening the upside position here. Big Rev vibes. Oh yeah. But before Rev delisted and the 35Cs never printed again, the 35Cs printed a bunch and it went from 50 cents to $12. I think even when it delisted, it was like still at like $5, right? $4 or $5. Radshare sync as it files for chapter 11. Yeah, those are just bot articles because the price was down on Friday, even though chapter 11 was filed over the weekend, and it's been halted ever since. Can you get Kendra to write the prospectus of the Pickle ETF? Probably, yeah, if I asked him nicely. How important is holding fast DN here for vol shorts with sold puts? Pretty fucking important. They don't want to lose 43.50. They like their sold puts there will fucking spike vol again. And so if we lose 43.50 and start dropping, vol will probably get back to like 19 pretty quickly. So yeah, they're gonna want to hold this level. They're still really like longs are still really on the back foot until we get back above like delta neutral, which is at 43.77 today. Rev was the best stock until it wasn't. Yeah. There was some cool shit you could have done with Rev. Besides the fact that CSPs were selling for like 50% more than calls the entire time. There was a lot of other fun shit going on. Yen's moassing? The opposite of that, you mean? Yen's tanking? Yeah. Think VWAP, I took the safe route and invested in TUP instead of RAD. On a scale of tub of lard to glass of water, where would you rate Fubo's liquidity? Whipped cream cheese? Can we change the subject? I'm sorry, Ben. After hours Revlon buyer. Revlon was my first lesson in over leveraging. It was such a tease. In TradingView, you can look at the ticker JPY USD to look at the value of yen versus USD, rather than the value of USD versus yen. No one's gonna do that, Doric. They're just gonna look at USD JPY and remove the inverse correlation. Lots of short-dated calls on IWM today. One could. Risky though. I think IWM is just super risky right now. IWM's like 7% away from re-entering a bear market. And I don't know. I played it last week to some success. But with the rest of the instability, I can't see small caps outperforming very hard. Coming off bank earnings last week, how do you feel about something like FAS? Even with good earnings, things are still bad? Or do they not care and all banks are resilient? All banks are losing their resiliency a bit. I mean, depositor outflows are still continuing. Uh, Obviously, with spreads, credit spreads widening, their bond portfolios are significantly more at risk right now than they have been in quite some time. So you could. I really don't. I really don't like the idea of playing banks broadly. Like, do your research and pick banks that are in trouble and go short those because the payout potential's far greater than what you'd receive in like an equal weighted ETF or even a market cap weighted ETF, right? Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it, man. I get giddy like a schoolgirl when you answer my nonsense questions. Thanks a bunch. No problem, crippled mule. Should all foreign currencies just be listed as a fraction of the US dollar? Depending on what ticker you're looking at, they kind of are, right? Or ratio, too. Remember when that guy bought 10K rev shares and it went down 20% on one candle? That was fun. I do, but then it went back up 20%, so that was also fun. Are the prediction lines on the SPX chart you, Dork, and JFresh? Yep. Okay, so that's... I think, I mean, this kind of looks like we're just going to continue to get like a very slow climb upward. I'm not really sure the break point here would be. Or if there even is one where things get slightly more bullish. Um, maybe above 65. Not on QQQ, sorry. Above 65 here. This is going to be another 200 BPS reversal day out of nowhere just because we all got too bearish. It's possible. I mean, I see a pretty good case of them trying to hold prices above 43.50 into the end of this week, but they may not be successful at that. Obviously, like bond volatility is up today, which hampers their ability to pull back on like index correlation. So bond vol and dollar up are both going to pressure volatility. We'll see how long they can keep it suppressed for. But I would be very careful with any upside moves because we could test like 43.70 or 75 and they might just start de-risking again. When you're looking at banks, did you look into BY Byline Bank? How were they? I don't think I did. He sends me clients. I think their loan approval process is sus. It probably is. I'd imagine most banks' loan approval process is pretty sus right now. look at the explosion of net interest income across all the banks in the last quarter so far, at least, right? And then remember that everybody's massively over leveraged on their credit already. Savings are down. Uh, and somehow banks are increasing net interest income hand over fist in an environment where credit should be tightening. And they're definitely not doing that by lending to the best borrowers, right? With a small port, SPX straddles are expensive. Would SPY be better? Arguably, QQQ is better. QQQ and IWM are both better than SPY. Yeah, for overnight straddles. If you want to play like a cheaper instrument. Do people not understand how FX charts and prices work? No. That's disturbing. Is it? Maybe. I don't. I mean, I would imagine most people in here don't trade currencies very often. So many sold calls at 43.85 and 95. Yeah. Hmm. Used goodwill on a local liquor store to boost assets. Bullish. I mean, liquor store is probably not going to go out of business, right? In a recession. If Rad's halted, what happened to my puts? Nothing until the unhalts. When SPX 4400? Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that today. I don't know if we'll see 4400 at all, but maybe if we do later this week. Is it harder to get 100% with QQQ straddles? You mean on one side of the straddle? No, it's easier. That's why I said QQQ and IWM are better. I assume you mean 100% leaving both legs open. So one side of the contract prints the premium of the other. Yeah. Yeah, it's easier on QQQ and IWM than it is on SPY. Look at Microsoft just getting walked up. Funny business is afoot. No, pumps are afoot. These are pumpies. Well, attempted pumpies. Much like last week. That put I bought earlier, not looking so good. I did try to warn you about that. Is there a point to selling cheap, out of the money SJX calls early in the day? It feels like that's a pennies in front of a steamroller play. It can be. I mean, it depends on how far out of the money they are. Sometimes they're just free money. But yeah, you do take on a significant amount of risk to your reward. Like the ratio is not good. I personally don't like them very much. But as an institution, you can hedge them very effectively, right? So you don't really give a shit. Does rad halting have to do with the agreement that we heard about last week, or is it a delisting kind of halt? It's a regulatory halt pending news. So there's still more news to be disclosed about their loans, their to reconsolidate their debt, their Chapter 11 bankruptcy, possibly the sale of their fucking elixir whatever business. So no, it's not a delisting halt. It is scheduled for delisting, but I don't think it has, or it's they've been given warning for delisting, but I don't think it's been scheduled yet. So it's just a halt pending news right now. My friend makes $25 an hour, but pays $27 an hour in aggregate interest on all his loans. Bullish? That sounds not great. Yeah, I mean, VIX 16 is an well, at least over the last 2 weeks, it's an attractive spot to enter longer dated puts. We'd probably have to be above 43.75 to see VIX 16 at this point. Pump into Wednesday for SLD selling. We could pump into Thursday. Powell has a speech on Thursday. I made $7.84 on a put. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, man. Congratulations. Hey, Dad, if I was a bank, I lent out a risky loan and then packaged that loan up with a bunch of other risky loans and sold that basket of risky loans to another bank, what do? I don't know, maybe pay Powell for speaking engagements, hoping that the Fed comes and bails you out later. Is a put for Monday a long dated put? Next Monday? I mean, not really. Oh, slash S. I did have an okay weekend. Thanks, Mike J. Harker speaking. There's a bunch of Fed speakers today. I'm being serious. What are you being serious about? The economy's fucked. Get over it, bipolar bear. If Rite Aid goes out of business, where else am I supposed to buy my chloroform? I don't think they sell that. No. We finally got more than 3 hours of sleep. 5, actually. Well, 4.5. But close. Yes, 4,400. Are we going to bounce somewhere near here? Bounce? You mean reject? Not necessarily. We can keep going up. Yeah, we could keep going up. If we get above 43.80, there's a decent ramp to the upside. Still a little ways away from that, but we're definitely starting to establish a bullish trend. Yields are still up, though. If Rite Aid goes out of business, the Spirit of Halloween can downsize and move into their stores. I think it means if Rite Aid goes out of business, where is he supposed to buy his Revlon makeup? Oh, Walmart. Is this new? Rite Aid shareholders wiped out under Chapter 11 bankruptcy plan. Probably. I don't know. I don't own any shares. I would imagine shareholders will get wiped out under any restructuring deal, though. When was it published? All right, 43.75 tests. Then we have a little struggle with 80. Unless we pump through it. Yes, testing for 44.06. What are we looking like there? So if they risk off, we'll drop like 30-ish dollars. Aren't the huge sold calls at 85 and 95 tough to break? Well, first of all, the options at those levels are kind of mixed. They're not all sold, but there's a lot of sold calls there. They're also shorter dated. So if we break them, they're likely to fold and get squeezed out, right? What are you going to be for Halloween? And don't you dare say homewrecker. I can mass generate FTDs for stocks now. I spammed your inbox. Sorry, not sorry. Ooh, exciting. Holy fuck. Is that Rad's fail to volume? Well, that's moderately exciting. Got some kind of cool fails there with Siri too. Top looks like shit. Upstart on 11.9. Okay. $9.19. So 11.9. Interesting. Forex is a good broker. Have you used them? I can't say that I have. I don't think, is that the name of an actual brokerage? Or that's, oh, it really is. Huh. No, I haven't. Although I don't trade currency a lot, so I'm not really sure what like the best Forex brokers would be. You'd think just IBKR. Shareholders wipes out, same like call holders wiped out? No. Based on how slowly things are moving and how strong the denial of reality is, do you think it'll be October or November 2024 before we see a major financial meltdown? I think it could be a lot sooner than that. I would say more likely like end of this year into quarter 1 next year. If quarter 4 earnings miss, that that takes almost all of like the forward PE out of the SPX. They're pricing in like huge recoveries into end of 2023, early 2024 right now. So I should dip into my employees' 401ks and YOLO into RAD. I still have some COVID relief funds to misuse. No, probably not. I'm going shopping in a little bit. Give me any ticker and I can get you a chart in 5 seconds. That's kind of cool. Based on that rad news, are my shares big fucked if you hold them into the bankruptcy? Yeah, probably. The stock isn't delisted yet. They just filed bankruptcy over the weekend. Relax. With Rav, the bull case was partly that Hellboy was a major shareholder, so it'd continue trading. If Rad has announced shareholders wiped out, why continue trading? Why not delisting today? Because there's a process for delisting. That's not how it works. So we consolidate here for the next hour or so and hopefully fall $25 as they de-risk. Maybe distribute out between like 43.75 and 43.85 for the next couple of hours, and then possibly fail on the back of profit taking into the end of the day. I suppose there's some chance that we see more call buying out of the money, although they're getting expensive. You'd think Pickle Jar would be experts in the bankruptcy process by now. Seriously. Does Rad sell Revlon products? I think they do. You know, Revlon's still a business. It's making tons of money for its private equity holders. Are we seeing the XRT covering you talked about? Plus 220. I mean, some of it, yeah. Although that, I mean, a lot of the increase could just be in line with the rest of the indexes pumping, right? There's pretty good breadth in the SPX pump today, so it makes sense that retail would move too. Although retail sales are tomorrow, so it may be just an anticipation of that. No, Lawrence. My wife bought more 3X Revlon hairbrushes yesterday. Do they make hairbrushes? Huh. Is this the top or pump to 4,400? Well, it's currently getting rejected. If we fall back below 43.70, that might confirm the rejection. Hmm. Yeah, we might be starting to lose a bit of the upside momentum here. Call interest is starting to fall off, so we're getting a little bit of profit taking in the money. But not a ton just yet. Ooh. Shitloads of 4,400 interest just came in. Is that sold? People are just selling the fuck out of the 4,400? Maybe. I didn't know that, GFAT. Imagine a bad 80s teen ski movie and instead make it BMX racing. Okay. What's up, numerology, Mike? It's good to see you back, man. XRT up, GME down, so it's being shorted hard, right? GME? It was shorted pretty hard. XRT's not up that much. I had a chopped cheese sandwich for the first time this weekend, and I have to admit, it was not the apex culinary mastery that I thought it would be. It's fucking disgusting. Chopped cheese sandwiches are foul. Brad, the movie was one of my favorites growing up. Hulk Hogan, eat your heart out. Classic line from Rad. Okay, I know nothing about this movie. A chopped cheese and a meatloaf sandwich are different things, Bob. Alright, fuck you. A meatloaf sandwich would be closer to like a meatball sub than it would be to a chopped cheese. Are you expecting anything out of the T earnings for the 26th? Well, I mean, I hope they don't go bankrupt and they keep paying me dividends. Do you think the menu has more pumpies coming up, or do you think we're about to see some de-risking dumpies? I already logged in profits for the day, but I'm trying to recoup some more. This could fail here. VIX is starting to increase, and we're getting some profit taking and more out of the money call selling. All of that's, slowing down the momentum of the call side. We'll see if it slows it down enough. If it doesn't, and we hit the midday and we're still trading at these prices, we may get a further move up later. Anyway. No, it was the fucking cat breaking shit. Great. Now I'm hungry for a meatball sandwich. Loaf and balls are not the same thing. Yeah, burger and loaf are not the same thing. How does chopped cheese differ from a cheesesteak? One's shaved ribeye, the other is ground beef. What's the Sunday stream of $283 billion treasury share of the 444 billion? Or the short position could be 444 billion. The upper limit is 444 billion. That would be short all of the treasuries. All long duration up 200 BPS. This is actually comical. Yeah, I see that. The only cheese sandwich that anyone should ever eat is the one from Burger King in Thailand. This is bread and 20 slices of American cheese, but you're a monster if you eat that. So, is it a grilled cheese? It sounds like a lot of calcium. Cheesesteak is infinitely better. Everything's better than chopped cheese. Chopped cheese is disgusting. I had such a terrible meatball sub from a pizza joint that I don't think I can eat another one for a few years. That happened to me like last year um, with a chicken parm sub. It was it was so gross. I sent JFresh a picture of it that I'm pretty sure he saved. JFresh, stop posting cat penises in the Discord. Can you unhalt rad? Thanks. No. Every 3 months someone asks, will Jimmy ever see $20 again? Yep. No, it's not grilled. It's just cheese slices. That's fucking disgusting. Imagine biting into that. Are they also better for just buying pits? Not necessarily. Ah, gross. Is there a burger somewhere in there? Oh, no meat. Okay. Looks like something with GME. I don't remember having this type of action in the past period. What, shorting? Yes, we have. What are your top 5 bad 80s movies? Hmm. I don't know. I didn't really grow up in the 80s. I mean, I was born in the 80s, but I don't remember much of them. Howard the Duck. I think that was 80s. And then hmm, was Money Pit an 80s movie or was that 90s? What about Lost Boys? Over the Top? Days of Thunder? Any movie with John Cusack? Is the Nasdaq having issues? I think the bulls are failing to maintain their erection. But it may be like semi-turgid for 3 more hours. Favorite Monty Python? Holy Grail or Meaning of Life. One of the two. Bear Call Time yet? Risky. If the market continues to dump, that'll provide GME with more liquidity, meaning it'll continue to dump without putting pressure on the shorts. No OPEX. OPEX isn't about pressure on the shorts. OPEX is simply them covering synthetic short positions up until that point. Money Pit was 86, solidly 80s. Nice. Favorite John Cusack movie? Is it okay to say none of them? Better Off Dead, maybe? That was pretty funny. Con Air. Better Off Dead's the best John Cusack movie? Alright, nice. Nailed it. Hold up. Oh, okay. That was weird. Ooh, what am I gonna have for lunch today? I have a bunch of pizza left over from the industry, but I could also make a sandwich. I went to the Bronx over the weekend, and I got a bunch of cold cuts and fancy breads. Favorite John Candy movie? Hmm. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? Probably. Pizza Sandwich? No. I have no favorite Pauly Shore movie. John Cusack's in Con Air. Yeah, but it's not a John Cusack movie, right? It's a Steve Buscemi movie. Or John Malkovich. See anything worth mentioning? Thanks for all you do, man. Uh, yeah, we could get rejected here, or we could squeeze out a bunch of short calls and go to 4,400. You bite your tongue, sir? Every movie with Nick Cage is a Nick Cage movie. But everybody else in Con Air was so much better than Nick Cage in Con Air. Would now be the best time to sell Jimmy or the worst? This is scary. I'm not here to talk you down from your emotional stock cliff. Jimmy's been cheaper than this before. It's just been a while. I'm sure talking about shitty movies and people are worried about Jimmy. Yeah. Ooh, we broke 80. Dork, everything's changed. Well, fuck. Now we could go to 90. No, it hasn't. I know. That's good for my calls, right? I would assume, yeah. I want to try to nail the top with the call side of my straddle today. That's my goal. Potato Tom, thank you. Did you want to add something to that? What if there is no top? That's silly. VIX under 17 today. I'm not sure how long this breakout will last. I still think we're gonna see this distribute out for the rest of the day. Or well, at least in the next couple hours. We're still very, very far from ooh, the tips are turning around. Interesting. Huh. I like that. Oh, okay. So an hour ago, Rite Aid announced MedImpact Healthcare Systems to acquire Elixir assets from the company's unit and others for 575 million. Rite Aid Corp under retail business plan sees forward year 2024 revenue at 17.2 billion. Adjusted EBITDA at 502 million. 2025 revenue at 16.5 billion. And 2026 revenue at 17.1. Hmm. It's pronounced Ibiza. Thank you, Lawrence. Gherk, my connecting flight is delayed 3.5 hours, and I'm out of day trades. Fuck my life. I'm so sorry to hear that. Could rising interest rates in Israel cause a liquidity event? I hear credit default swaps are through the roof. Possibly. I'm not. I haven't been paying attention to Israeli yields, but Ratty Daddy, let's fucking go. Or did it unhalt? No, it didn't. When rad to 100. Hey Greg, I bought 5 150 rad weeklies at end of day Friday. Am I gonna be arrested for insider trading? This will be the third test of 4385 since the 10th, with descending bottoms. Isn't this a local high? No, no, it's not. Wait, we have a higher high on the what was it? Last Thursday. We tested, what the fuck was it? Oh, I guess that was in pre-market though. Never mind. Or yeah. How are yields up? No. 30 years up 2%, 10 years up 1.19, 20's up 1.19. FYI, the Israeli economy is quite a bit smaller than the Swiss one, and you called the Swiss one too small for relevance. Well, your banks are important, but the machinations of your interest rates, I don't think anyone gives a shit about. I don't think anyone gives a shit about Israel's economy either. And if the war were gonna cause issues for them, they'd still just get funding from the U.S., right, and from Europe. Give me 1 second. I gotta drill my TV to the wall. So I need like 5 minutes. Did I miss anything? Was that our top? Was the top in? Not yet. Calls are still falling off. We got VIX going back up. Cool. Ooh. GME at DFV price? No, it's not. Like September or Feb. Rad still halted. You didn't miss anything. Well, I got stopped out of my call side of the straddle, but not at the top. Fucking cat. Bastard. Jimmy's at his lowest since Feb 21. Yeah. Hmm. Mm. My delta's falling off. Maybe just some chop here, but we're definitely getting in the money profit taking. We're starting to get a buildup of puts to the downside below 80. Some in the money puts coming in at 4,400. Wonder if they were selling those fucking things again. Yeah, I might. Oh, that's interesting. Whatever happened to CrowdStrike? I don't know. I made a bunch of money on it. Was it last year? Early this year? I can't remember. It must have been earlier this year. I'm hoping we get a retest of 80. And then I might be able to pick up a put. Let's see what ES is doing. ES is getting so rejection at the 44.16 on ES. This is kind of where we failed last Tuesday, right? Small bounce back. So if we do bounce back, we'll bounce back to like what, 85 or 90? Those seem unlikely still. Second. You see a chance of that gap fill today? I'm not positioned with that in mind. I'm just curious. On futures, it's possible. How big is the ES or the SPX gap? I don't know if we'd fill this. I could see us falling back to like 60 though. 60 doesn't seem too far out of the question. A further breakdown from there, I mean, it'll put their Vega positions at risk. But I could see 60, maybe 55. Anything beyond that's gonna be like a reversal, right? Where do you go pumpkin picking in New York City at a grocery store? Yeah, there's still sold calls, but they're still out of the money. QQQ and IWM FTDs. I saw the QQQ ones. IWM's interesting. Are the 4060 NVIDIA calls sold? Let me look. Hmm. Yeah, I think they might be. I think 70, 75, and 80 are too. I usually wait to see if I could decrease the loss on the losing leg. I also don't always set them for the same amount of time. Yeah, but if those 4160s start to get squeezed out, it could rip, right? Actually, you could probably rip like all the way up to 47 or 470. Hmm. That doesn't look particularly bullish. Future sellers starting to dunk on pumpers. Yeah, we may start to see more de-risking too. Probably if we fall back below 75 here. What would be safe enough DT to minimize that losing leg loss? I mean, there's some analysis that has to go into it. You can't just buy the position and under the assumption, like, because if you buy too much theta, you need too big of a move for it to be profitable. Like generally speaking, they're like 5 to, well, more so lately 3 to 7 DTE. But on the longer term, I expect the market to turn around. So I've been buying extra theta on the put side. So I've been buying shorter dated calls, longer dated puts. The puts I had open on Friday, I opened for the 31st. And then the calls were opened for Wednesday, the 18th. But that could vary. Sometimes I'll do like over the weekend I'll do like 7-14. In a lower volatility environment when options are cheaper. And now that we're in a higher volatility environment, though, I feel more comfortable with shorter dated options. And then like my overnights are probably like gonna move from 3 to 2. Then I'll start doing straddles or strangles rather. I've been trading mostly 3 TT calls, 30 DTE puts. Fair. Enough of the talk. Unhold the stock. I'm trying out the 1 week DT. Okay. I already made profit on the call side. I guess I have time for the put side to go green or net. Yep. You're thinking about it the right way. Am I buying too much theta on 30 DTE puts right now? That's like the November put. No, I mean, I've been buying mostly November puts, so I don't necessarily disagree with that. I haven't been buying November puts as part of my straddles. I've been buying them a bit further out of the money, like 4,300 and under. But I guess you could. The parts that's gonna suck is when it unhalts and gaps down to 10 cents. Okay, Dork, but unhalt, gap down to 10 cents, then rip to $10, right? Stop baiting the pores. What's the point of buying shitty bankrupt stocks if you can't have fun with it? The problem is the pores do dumb shit like I'm gonna YOLO my life savings into this. Me and Dork are over here with like $50 and $300 respectively of exposure, and we're excited. Be quiet, Gerg. But life savings is 50 and 300 respectively. Fair enough. Well, then they'll either continue to be poor or they'll be moderately more wealthy. Just because that one time I YOLO'd Rev, then Bobby, then AMC, doesn't mean I'm gonna do it again. $20 here, I'm all in. I heard a rumor RC is behind the company buying Rad Elixir to spin as a direct competitor to Paltrow's Goop. It will feature candles and scents that smell like libertarianism, freedom, hard work, and Ryan Cohen's peen. Nice. Is he gonna sell a taint smoking kit for when you want your taint to feel like bacon? All right, starting to confirm the breakdown now here below 75. Could run into some support on the call side as we approach 65. So 70 and 65, both support levels. I would say this breakdown is still very questionable. Although yields are starting to move up here, Dixie is not. And NQ and Russell aren't showing too big a signs of weakness yet. RSP, no, not really. Do you think Rite Aid can turn its business around by selling NFT prescriptions? They could turn their business around by distributing large amounts of opiates without a lot of diligence. What if they never had any part in the wrongdoing involving the opiate crisis, but being sued for possibly being involved in the opiate crisis forces them to propagate a whole new opiate crisis? Like, I like to think about things like that. Sounds like the Netflix show, The American Way. Rite Aid's bankruptcy forces them into being drug dealers. It's regarded enough that SS might buy it. Double crime. I think you found the bootstraps my dad and grandpa keep talking about. I mean, drug dealing's really the American way, right? There's a demand for a product, someone's got to supply it. Kind of like zero DTE degeneracy forces popcorn trader to become a market maker. I just realized I'm way over leveraged on November puts. Are you? Maybe. Ooh, 70 test. I like where this is going. Joke's on you, Long Island loan shark. I would have given you 10%. I think banks are the loan sharks now. If you're buying a house, fuck, I wouldn't pay a bookie 8% on the VIG. That's ridiculous. I wonder if bookies keep up with like the current effective federal funds rate. Huh. Does anybody in here have a bookie? Mine does not. It's a good question. I got banned from the bookies. Loan sharks do. You mean Bank of America? My bookie's name is Charles Schwab. Are bookies FDIC insured? No. No, they're not. Big gambling apps, standard VIG is 10%. Jesus fucking Christ. My cousin runs a book. He's basically a popcorn trader, but with people much less reputable than the board of CERN. Gork, red candle. I know, Dork. Remember when I told you that I wanted to do things at the top? I did those things. I just showed you how it's working out for me. R2K up. Fubo bounced? No. Did it? A little bit. Ooh. Fubo's getting some covering. Looks like they want to cover into the downtrend. 43.84, our high for the week. Maybe. Something to think about. What happened to JPM today? I have no idea. $70 or $65 confirmation of downs. Both. Both are downside resistance. Wait till Upstart finishes OPEX before new shorts. Oh yeah, yeah. I wouldn't fuck with Upstart right now on the short side. I also don't love the idea of fucking with it on the long side, but I definitely don't want to fuck with it on the short side. Yep. 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 I concur, Dork. I concur. Right? Why is IV still ramping up on this? Oh, looks like we bounced. At least a little bit. Back to 75. Aren't we going $50 without any scary green candles on the 1 minute? Wait, what? Are they de-risking everything as hard as they can? I mean, de-risking, but not necessarily as hard as they can. If they were de-risking everything as hard as they could, we would be tanking right now, right? I'm trying to net off within the upper price range where it's beneficial to close longer dated short puts. If they started dumping everything, it'd be like Friday all over again. Girk, do you know why Jimmy dropped so hard this morning? They got shorted? Will the share price keep going down in the future? It'll probably recover from this range at some point. I would imagine maybe in the next week. Can I net off in a higher range? You're at fault. Stop the fault. You're too excited, Dory. Alright. I feel like a failure here is kind of bearish. Don't fail. Pump on the back at call spot. Hold on. Let's see. That doesn't look particularly good. It's pretty flat. A little bit of out of the money call buying. Don't be bad on alt rad. How's OI? Still sold above like 80. Um, Mostly 90 and 4400, but there's a little bit of in the money profit taking on this drop. 43, 70, 65, and 60 still look stable though. So we can bounce off of them, which is kind of what I'm trying to see here. I'm trying to see if we bounce off or if we're gonna get a continuation to the downside. I'd really rather test like 75 and then reverse. How's ES looking? Kind of struggling with the 4,400 level again. We got anything coming up in data-wise? Probably not. Oh, shit. All right, let's see. We have the NOPA crush report at 12. I don't see why anybody give a flying fuck about that. Parker speaks at 4:30. There's not much data left for today. I received $20 in dividends, and I put that money into a 140p meta put for Jan 2024. I'm gonna be so rich. Why do Pickles Picks always demand I lose money on SPX and SPY? I'd quite like to lose money on something else. Ew. I pick other stocks. But the outcome today was uncertain. And Mag 7 looked super bearish last night and yet ripped this morning. So be happy that I chose to be conservative. You've been made, let Rad trade. Are the baby bulls done for today? Not quite yet. Although I do think like that we might have our high end for the day. The upside's starting to look weaker. Although tomorrow. Interesting. I am? I always forget to read them until about halfway through the day anyway. Nice. You guys actually buy Pickles Picks? I thought it was just for paper trading. It is. They buy them with paper money. Bond auction tomorrow, like last week. Was the 20-year tomorrow? I thought it was Wednesday. 20 years on Wednesday. Right? Yeah. I actually don't think we have any bond auctions tomorrow. We have retail sales tomorrow, which I can't imagine being great. Mm. Calls are close. I'm still struggling to get a leg up, but there's like a slow trickle of calls coming in. Futures is kind of still fucking with 4,400. I'd almost like to see one more retest of like 80 or 83. Ooh. Hmm. IWM looking bullish. Can't imagine it's that different than what we're already looking at. Not particularly. An upward consolidation into a breakdown. Doesn't look that good. Might get another high test, but it kind of, it kind of just looks like SPX. If we do get a move up above like 75, and we get spot up VIX up, buying a put again. Your request for 83 is denied. No, it's not. Not yet. 75 or 80, I would like to see. I don't I don't know if we could necessarily get 83 again, but no, we're not. I don't think we're pinned for anything. There's like a seed oil report, and that's like it for today. Big brain move. Pick a target and focus on it. The basic rules apply generally all major indexes, but don't split your attention. Yeah, I agree. It's already tested GN. Does it affect your predictions for the week? More ups before SLD. We didn't test gamma neutral. DN? We tested DN. It got rejected, which is, not unexpected. But how hard we get rejected matters a lot. Motherfucker. Hmm. My 1GT only made 17%. I'm happy about that. Should I feel icky for being one of those guys that got so little on a short option? No. It's more money than you entered the trade with. What's the problem? What's up, Dork? Why is Rite Aid being implicated in the opioid crisis shit? Some whistleblower report that they weren't doing the appropriate diligence when filling prescriptions. And apparently they were told by management to suppress the information. That's the doctor's job. Well, it's kind of a two stage system. Here we go. Give me my bounce so I can buy more puts. Fucking cheeky index. Yeah, there was like fake news about the BlackRock BTC ETF getting approved. Dork, this doesn't look good, and it's not looking like I'm gonna get my sweet, sweet test on the upside. Harker speaks at like 4:30 today. Future sellers are starting to do that thing where they keep crushing the price on the attempted breakouts, and I don't like that. Fubo's going for 250. Yeah, I might not get it though. You look at the order book. So I mean, yeah, you can look at time and sales. Volume, price. Price is important. There we go. A little bit of a pump. You can do it, bulls. Looks like they're shorting the upside on Fubo. Someone's shorting the upside on Fubo. It's still below resistance. We're just gonna hang out at 43.7250 plus or minus $2 for the rest of the day. It's not out of the question. Are you talking about November puts? OT just October for SLD? For what? Make SGX downside grade again. Give it a minute. Hmm. No, I'm still waiting to buy my pets. That might be a stupid idea, but I think they're gonna push a little higher still. I don't like this entry. Yeah, still buying calls. This is ticking up again. More 85s and 90s being sold. Ooh. All right. Got some 70s and 65s. You're gonna like it in about 30 minutes when SPX is below 43.50. Maybe. Might be a little bit longer than 30 minutes, but I do agree that this is starting to break down. Yields are still pressuring. No, calls being sold 85.90. When entering a position like a put on SPX, if you're waiting for a bit of a pump to get a good price, do you have a downside number that you would also buy at? Yeah, generally speaking. Sometimes I don't, and then yeah, you would just miss the position. Usually scaling in, I mean, it depends on how large your position is too. If you're scaling in, you can kind of start buying as you approach like the upside test you're looking for. And then add once you confirm a rejection. Um, if you're just taking on one position, then it's a little bit more important for you to get the better entry, which usually means you have to take the slightly higher risk of buying at resistance. IWM thoughts? It's up a lot today, but I don't think it'll last. It already looks like it's starting to fail. It's the lower high. Another straddle question. Does it make sense to always enter straddles? You always get a hedge. No, there's periods where the market moves directionally uh, like a lot for long periods of time, right? So if you have a really strong trend in the market, straddles really suck, right? Because you limit your profitability. So if the market's dumping like 200 BPS a day, or it's ripping, 150 BPS a day, straddles really just aren't the best there, right? You'd just be making more money if you had either strangles or if you had just directional positioning. I usually wait for the resistance I'm looking for. The full port it and pray it doesn't break. Amazing. I always kind of worry about pumps coming in this range. Yeah, this is starting to get pretty bearish. Okay. I think I'm good. Why are Stringles that much better than Straddles during 1% is? They're cheaper to enter. They're sure they're shorting Jimmy, but the bar rate isn't up. Yep. There's a lot of liquidity in the lending pool too. But it still looks like they're shorting with ETFs somewhat. Not as heavily as they were before, but like IJH and IJJ are both getting hit. XRT a little bit, but not a lot. Which broker would you say has the best mobile charts? Hmm. WeBull's pretty good. Uh, their mobile app is more robust than their desktop app. Uh, TOS I think is pretty good. IBKR's mobile app isn't bad. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Let's start following. Do we break down to 4360 here? Possibly 50 or not that low? I think we could test like 60, 65 before we run into a lot of resistance. If we break 60, then yeah, I could see us moving to 50. I expect 50 to continue to be defended. So unless there's a huge amount of capitulation, breaking 50 right now doesn't look very possible. When the market is directional, would you have an uneven straddle? Yeah, I'd do that. Not only that, but I also on an uptrend would be like 90-10 calls puts. Yeah, you can do that. I don't know if I'd go 90, but like maybe like 80-20. How many zero GT puts did you buy? I've got 40 so far. I have 1570 and 2065s. I think Todd's side job is keeping Siri under $5. The IV on Siri is rocketing though. Like look at these fucking November $6 calls. They're up 26% already. The fucking price is down from where I bought them. I mean, not much. It's like a penny, but still down. We're not gonna fucking unhalt Rite Aid. No, uneven straddle is not same as strangle. The spreads on Siri options are atrocious. Yeah, they are. I kind of want to just take my arbitrage and walk away. F55, but plan on selling a test of 65. Fair. Okay, yeah. Building up a lot of fucking support here, though. Come on, yes. Slip 4,400 already. Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. Upstart looks like it's getting interesting. Not really. Maybe into the end of this week. Yeah, I'm not ready to make any moves on it yet though. Still too soon, I think. And I don't know if this is just an expectation of earnings. Well, earnings might be pressuring it a little bit. Or if we're gonna see like covering before earnings. Which is possible. Right now it's still being shorted. But Nvidia's doing really well, which pressures bots, so. Yeah, Siri borrow rate's way up. We're gonna get so rich from Rad. They're just gonna halt it until the October 20th. Rad borrow rate's 150%. Yeah, I know, it's really high. There's like no shares available. It was higher last week. We got hit like 205 at one point last week. Short interest is like reported short interest is about 25% of the float. Is there a good time to enter straddles? To me, it makes sense to enter in the middle of a chop at the 50 SMA or VWAP. You can, but price can get pinned to that level. I actually prefer to enter straddles when we're offset in the trading range. So I prefer to enter them at points of the day when the market's either more skewed directionally. Entering at the neutral point, you can end up trading flat for a couple days and getting blown out. So we're going down, right? We could still test 75 again. It's not out of the question. Not a lot of volume. That being halted this long on bankruptcy is a crime. I've played a lot of BK stocks. It's because they haven't announced. I think it's because they have announcements about their like pending sale of their elixir assets. Many of the yields are very close to surpassing last week's highs. We can see stocks turn around once all the yields break the high. We could see them turn around before that, but yeah, that'll probably spark worry again. What about a 4380 retest? Tough, maybe. Although I don't think so. I can see maybe like 77. Yeah, maybe. It's unlikely, but maybe we could test 80. How do you decide that we're set in a trading range for entering straddles? I read the DD in the charts. Is there additional info to consider? No, that should be sufficient. What's the largest realized loss you've ever taken on a position? Like 3/4 of a mil. Fucking Netflix. What happens if lending rates hit 69%? Our economy collapses. What was it like to have those stops triggered? There were no stops. Fucking. I mean, it wasn't that bad. It was like a 50K YOLO account that I got up to like almost 800 grand in 5 months, and then I blew it all up on Netflix puts. So I mean, I walked away with slightly more money than I started with over a 6 month period. But why do you think margin requirements on ES are so high now? Right now, they're still implementing exchange margin, right? Because of the war, so there's heightened risk. It's part of like them pricing in more risk premium. Did you cry? No. I was pretty sad for a couple days though. Well, I got all the money from Tesla and Netflix. And then I was like, I'm gonna short the fuck out of Netflix because it's super overvalued now. So I closed all my calls and went long puts, and then it just kept rocketing. I don't even think I read Wall Street Bets back then. Does the higher ES margin requirement affect the day-to-day zero DTE magic they do? Probably because the market maker doesn't want to hedge as much. So it might, I mean, it might influence the market maker to be a little bit more aggressive in keeping their book balanced. All right, so that broke out and failed. That's just weird. That trend's kind of shit now. So we're just channel locked? Fine. 1225. Speaking of Netflix pets, full port pets Wednesday. I don't like playing earnings. I have to think about it. Correlation's getting fucking crushed today. It's annoying. Bond vol is up, so that can't last, right? Correlation's gonna have to pick up before the end of the day. 30 years at 2.67. And yields are already up over Friday's high. Hmm. I just did a wellness check on RSS. It's worse than you think. Bullish. Fuck this, I'm bleeding theta. Yeah, there's a bit of bleed. Oh yeah, you're out of the money, right? Yeah, there's still gonna be a little time before this breaks down. It's starting to. I think our high tests are in, but slow. It's gonna be slow. If the theta is like really killing you, you can sell the. What did you have? The 55? You could sell the 45 against it to offset the burn during the chop and then buy it back on the breakdown. But if you're not experienced doing that, I probably wouldn't. Why is Rad halted? Pending news. The music had so much drama to everything you say. This is why I sold Theta against my long put. Yep. I have October 20s sold against basically all of my November position below 42.75. Was this like a double top on IWM? Man, I'm not watching IWM. Sure. Could be. Volume's drying up. Yeah. Oh, looks like one. IWM's volatile though. It could break higher, but it does look like a double top. That's pretty smart, thanks. Yeah, you create the debit spread so you don't get burned on the theta decay. You can't, unfortunately, you can't spread it too far. So, unless you're willing to close the short put on the confirmation of the breakdown, you're going to limit your profitability a lot. Why don't they let me buy Gimi 30Cs for 30.23? 323? What? 2023? I'm not on the same X-ray. I'm not good enough at estimating how far I need to sell for my strike for a closer dated position yet. That's fair. Generally, when you sell theta against a longer dated position, you want to sell less, though, right? Unless your position's just wrong. Because you either want to be able to buy it back, right? And if you sell more theta, it's going to be more expensive to do that. And if you're that wrong, you know, you might as well, like, by the time you hit the next expiry for your sold position, you might as well consider closing, right? Because continuing to hold the position open is not valuable. I'm just afraid the bears grow a pair and we dump hard. That's possible, but I mean, even if that were to happen, right? Like, say we get a 30 BPS hit, and you've turned it into a bear call spread or a bear put spread, right? You'll still make money, right? Like if we dump to like if we had like a big breakdown and we dump to like 35 or 30, right? You'd still make money. You'd just make less. That's how hedging works. Generally you're sacrificing profitability for safety. I mean, GM 127.50C for Jan 2024 are gonna go in the money. I've been averaging down for 2 years. Probably not. Spy 432p. I wasn't listening at open. I got baited on the call side 937. Wait till 940. Close my call. I was happy for all 20 minutes or so. Sold theta around 10. It's been working okay. Alright. Fair enough. I sold one DTE against my straddle puts right at market open. Um, and then I closed the calls earlier. Unfortunately, I didn't nail the top, which I really wanted to do, but my cat kept knocking my fucking TV over. It's like his new favorite thing. So I took one of those like mounting straps and I drilled my TV to the wall so he can't fucking do it anymore. It's like the fourth time he's knocked my TV over in the last 3 days. No, he doesn't want my attention. He's trying to attack the clock in my living room. So there's a clock built in to the wall of my living room. It's disgusting. And it ticks really loudly. And he keeps trying to get it. And when he tries to get it, he like tries to parkour himself off the wall between the wall and the TV to jump higher. And every time he does, he knocks the TV over. Odds of hitting 4,300 today, very slim. Buy your cat a TV, then knock it over and assert dominance. Built-in clock, rich people stuff? No, it's not. It's a relic from the 1940s. The time on it is wrong, and I have no idea how to change it. But it's hardwired into the electricity of the building, so it always works. We've traded in a $7 range for the past hour. Holy fuck. Gotta de-risk, dork. You gotta sell the call on the upside, then buy the puts back and create the downside, right? He kind of, well, so my TV is on like a stand. Like this. It's got like a little thing in the back. And then my wall is here. And then, yeah, it's got like a base. And so he jumps here, then leaps to here, knocks the TV over and runs under the couch. The clock's up here. This thing weighs like 300 pounds. I don't know how the fucking fat ass does it, but he does. Anyway, so I got like one of those straps out of the like installation kit that comes with this, and I screwed it to the TV and to the wall, so he can't fucking knock it over anymore. So either he'll realize his dream of getting the clock, or he just won't be interested. Order the cat a climber, a tower. I bought him one. I just haven't assembled it. It's been sitting in a box for like 4 weeks. You just made it so much more funner for the cat. Yeah. How did you even come to get this cat anyway? He was abandoned by the house I have in Long Island. I guess like the people down, like the neighbors told me that the people down the block, he was their cat and they moved out and they just like left him there. Those people are pinheads. Yeah, I was gonna take him to a shelter, but I think the shelter by there is like a kill shelter. And then I was like, ah, fuck it. I'll just bring him home. And now he lives in my house. That's probably a bad idea. You have at least 2 stray cats in chat, and yet you adopt a random one. Shame. Hmm. Ooh. Spicy dork. This is one of the tightest ranges I've ever seen the SPX trade in for this long a period of time. This feels exactly like the consolidation we had Friday afternoon. No, that was volatile. This is just garbage. Like, that did stuff, right? This is fucking trash. Hmm. They want that 4,400 gap. 4,400 gap. You'd think they'd want the fucking 4,354 gap. Are you concerned that the SVX has found too much support? No. This reminds me when we used to watch GME on slow days. And we're still watching GME on a slow day. I'm switching over to Cubs. Should I be worried? I mean, there's kind of a lot of risk both ways here. Just have stops or don't over leverage, right? Oh fuck. Siri's ripping. Are they gonna fucking unhalt Rat or what? Do we have to wait till like after market for them to disclose more information? So they're getting $4 billion. Hold on, I want to do the math on this. They're getting like what is it, 3.45 and then 0.575. So they're getting 4.025 billion. their current book value is -16.71. God damn it. So total equity goes up. So minus 9.47.45. No. 947.45. Oh, that's million. Whoops. Yeah, I know, I see it. Divided by, what are the total common shares outstanding? 56.7 million. So 3.77 billion. Well, their book value should jump super fucking hard. Total liabilities would be reduced. Oh, we're fucked up. So 8.6. It'd be 56. That's right. There, 2.5. Three. Total liabilities will be reduced by 3, so 4.65 billion. Total assets minus liabilities. So 3 billion. 3 billion divided by 56,700,000 shares. Roughly. $56,700,000. So current book value is -17. So book value should go up by about 400%, roughly. 412%. I get stopped out of my fucking puts. Panic buying, my favorite. Sign of a healthy market. Trades like a fucking penny stock. That was an evil bear trap. Yeah. I don't know if it was all that effective. I was calculating the change in book value with the sale of their assets plus the bankruptcy loan. Ooh. This looks kind of desperate. Call buying interest is starting to die off already. Start selling calls. Bear trap or bull trap? Really trying to pump the shit out of this reversal. Volume on futures is higher. It broke the wrong way. break anyway. Hmm. This is still lower than the high, right? Yeah. That was a fast and unstable move up. 25 BPS. Failing to break 80 here is pretty bad. I feel like at some point I said 43.77. I think I did. It still looks correct. Yields cooled off a little bit there. I love this yield up, dollar down environment we're in now. Yields up, dollar down, vol down, markets up. Probably to close their calls holding this piece of shit up. I think so, yeah. Well, you were way off because 43.78. I know. You did? Someone asked about hitting 43.80 again. You thought it wouldn't really go above 43.77. That's, yeah, the positioning looks like that's still kind of true. So, failure here. Possible. Hmm. Market's really trying to regain some of its bullish momentum this week. Ooh. God damn it. Oh, 1 second. Oh, wait, fuck. Sorry. That might be important for people to know. Check DM. Ooh, interesting. That looks super healthy, Dork. Yeah, a bit. No, it's kind of like a double bottom atomic, but it failed. What was important for us to know? Oh, I had the WeBull charts were frozen, so it was still frozen back here. Glad I didn't close my puts. Wee. What news? I don't know if there was any. Quick, I barely finished peeing. What's happening? That thing we talked about happening for the last like hour? Here it is. You know. Apparently Putin had a call with Netanyahu. Are we gonna team up on the same side of a conflict with the Russians? Biden in shambles? It was a mini bear trap, and yeah, into mega bull trap. Isn't Netanyahu the guy who's saying king without a crown? Yellen's doing a decent job mashing the PPT button today. Is Russia like going back into Afghanistan? What did he fucking say? I mean, I think this was gonna break down anyway, but I don't see anything. A Catholic cardinal offers to be exchanged for Hamas hostages. That's a change of events. Putin speaks to Iran, Israel, Palestinian, Syria, and Egypt. That was 3 hours ago. Yeah, it looks like as of this morning, it looks like Rad has a loan for 3.45 billion, and then an additional sale of their Elixir assets for 575 million. I think the sale of those assets is kind of what's holding up it being unhalted, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Ooh, lost 60. This is getting spicy. Dork, how do you feel about my diamond hands? I can. So here's the deal, man. I can only close one. What's the one with the bigger number? But that's the safer one. Fair. Oof. Tons of out of the money call capitulation getting. So tons of out of the money calls stopped out. Still interest at 60, 65, 70. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. fuck, that was intense. Yields moderated a little bit, but not much. Dollar's starting to move up. Maybe bounce. SPX positioning hasn't changed too dramatically. I mean, most of that was ES selling off super hard, right? But now ES is broken down through 4,400, right? So we're on the underside of 4,400. If we fail to test here, we could drop further. I feel like we found some decent support though. Yeah, let's see where this goes. It's too early to say if ES is rejecting off of 4,400 or not. But I think this is gonna fail. Welcome to volatility. It's kind of bearish. I think just positioning broke down because all the Putin news is old. Do you see a rational Tesla call buying into their earnings? Usually. I forgot I had a sandwich. Are you gonna eat it? Depends. On what? Like what's the catalyst? Brad is still halted. Thanks for the update, Doric. So they lost like all the ground they gained on correlation for the day. Still bullish on Rad. I'm not really anything on Rad, to be perfectly honest. I would like it to unhalt. You think shorters are running around trying to figure out where to get 55 million shares of RAD with no ETFs? Hmm. Put selling. Put buying. Okay, put buying picking up, call selling picking up. Want to add some December Jan out of the money positions. What are our odds? I thought you made $7 and you were done for the day. This is the lowest we see VIX this week. I'm gonna DCA in, but I'm looking to get 6 to 12 more puts. Pyrex 77. It could be. I mean, I think they'll still try to get VIX lower into the middle of the week, but possible. So 65, 70. We're kind of at the top of the call interest here. Yeah, I mean the like low 17 range kind of seems to be where we bottomed out both times. Maybe one more shot at it here. Yeah, but that's not to say that like VIX can't go lower in the next couple of days. It definitely could. Hmm. Quite a bit for today. I don't see yields or the dollar letting up. So yeah, I mean we're probably not going to see like 14 again.
But I would say 1650 to like 15, like high 15s is still possible. Yeah, it is. Still a ton of call interest at 65. Jesus. It's an impressive bounce. Should I buy puts again? Is it just a drop to find liquidity? I think it was a drop to break down the bearish positioning. Although a lot of calls capitulated there too, but puts took profits. There weren't that many puts. The call position is now weaker to the upside, so we're already kind of trading over it. Although I guess like 4,400 interest is building up again. Interesting. Yes, is almost back to the retest of 4,410. Although I can see this getting rugged again. Yeah, fuck it. I'll pick up some more puts. I don't think Rad's halted until it's delisted. It's just pending news. It turns out my internet cut off this morning because I didn't pay my bill for 4 months. Can I get some electric bill ko-fis? Don't you have your internet on auto pay? I can't believe you made this oversight. Time to sell more CCs on Fubo? Maybe. I don't know. Fubo's pretty fucking illiquid. I really don't want to sell CCs on it yet. Different parties to the trade. They changed the company and never told me because I was on eBill. Classy. Welcome back, Carl. How do you get a different internet service provider and not know? They didn't change any equipment or anything? Oh yeah, rug pull this shit. Alright, so they stuffed yields again a bit. But they're already starting to turn back around. Hmm. That doesn't look particularly bullish. I have 2 fiber lines in my neighborhood, so competition has driven down fiber internet to $50 a month. Huh, that's pretty cheap. Common outside the US where competition is actually allowed. They just have your line moved over to their equipment at the cabinet or node. I started a chili. I got a pound of ground beef and a pound of ground wagyu. Those are both 2 pounds of ground beef. De-risk time? Maybe, we'll see. Ball's starting to tick up again. Hmm. ES is trying. ES looks like it's failing. Still want to break down below 4,400 though. How are they able to pump this back up with calls? It'd be pretty neato if Rad pumps all the memers pile into options and they haven't. And if they have any money left from AMC, are memers losing it because Rad's halted all day? That's my favorite. I hope they buy my October $1 call so I can get the fuck out of it. When Rad MOASS? I don't know. Maybe on a Wednesday. I don't know what Wednesday. Is Fubu looking good on the daily? Not often now. Broke 52. It's like okay. It's still being shorted. So they're not covering anything right now. Getting real close to OPEX though. What's HU looking for? Hmm. Right. Yields are moving back up again. Do you think this thing breaks up? It's still got room up to 80. Yeah, I'm not seeing any big changes in positioning right now. Just kind of boring. HE is Russell 1000. It's more likely to move when GME does, if anything. Are they good pumping to close or dumping to close? What's the OI look like? I mean, it's like OI's building, like call side OI's building back up, but it got fucking wrecked on that drop. And there's still a lot of call sellers above 4380. Even at 4380, I think there's a pretty decent amount of call sellers. Volume's pretty low right now, though. Gamma flip points at 4370, 4357.50. So right about where we bounced. Someone's been selling puts at 4360, I guess. Yeah, this looks kind of bearish. The momentum's starting to die off again. It's hard to tell because there's so many calls being bought and sold out of the money that it's kind of hard to determine which strikes have more relevance here. But 4380 looks kind of hard to clear, at least substantially. I take it if they break out here, they'll squeeze the sold calls out. Um, Probably not. I don't think they have like enough long call interest to pull that off. And yields are already moving back up again. So on the drop, yeah, the yields got crushed a bit, but they're already starting to climb, which is gonna like spreads getting pressured is gonna push the dollar, which is gonna push vol. Um, that makes it difficult. And the majority of sold calls are above like 85, right? So not only do they need to break 80, they really need to pressure like 90 in order to get like a strong breakout and squeeze those sold positions. Otherwise, those positions will just sell fucking more calls in the money, right? 30 BPS drop, 40 BPS recovery. No. That was a 56 BPS drop, 48 BPS recovery. But it looks like they're losing ground again, so. Followed by a 100 BPS drop? Maybe. Yeah, especially if things start to get more volatile the downside. Having a lower high here is pretty bearish already. Let's see, though. ES isn't quite back to testing 4,400 yet. A little more volume on the sell side here, though. Are oil prices climbing yet? Still down on the day. Ooh, vol's starting to turn around. One 120? Well, that's about right. It's a surprising amount of support here. $43.95 interest is trimming down. $43.75, 80, 70 puts. We can't let it slip here, but there's like nothing to pump it into. That's what I don't understand. Like the upside position is super weak. Another rejection here on ES. Slightly higher volume on this. Am I sold 43.90C safe? A phone call while we dumped $25. I don't know. Probably. They might, I mean, they might not be, but they're probably safe. You could always hedge if we broke 85, right? Why is Overstack so volatile? Don't they have like kind of a small float? Maybe holding it while de-risking? Yeah, well, if that's true, then we'll see another big spike in vol pretty soon, right? Especially as yields get near their high for the day. In 20 years, retrace about 8% of its drop. 10-year about 13. Out of the 20s, retrace about 13% of its drop. So we're still on that one. Let's see that. Higher low. Or lower high. Interesting. All right. Rat is still halted. I know. I have it on good authority that markets hate Mondays. I love eggplant parm sandwiches so much. Yum, yum, yum in my tongue. Nice, man. Congratulations. I don't really like it on bread. 45-minute massive hanging man. Uh, on the 45? Let me switch my chart over. I can just switch this one. Does this have 40? This only has 30. Oh yeah, this one doesn't have 45s. Does this one have it? Yeah. Those aren't super reliable. I definitely don't like it on the 45. Although it's still present on the hour. Well, not as much, I guess. I sent you a chart. What is it? Is it sexy? Ah, you bastard. Got him. Stock track has almost 28 million FTDs in one day. Which, holy shit. That's a lot of fucking fails. Why? There should be so much liquidity there. Was it a cat riding a greenest into space? Yes. Yeah, I see it. We don't track the ETFs for that. Siri. Losing Delta quicker than I can make it up with Theta. Tell your boss to bring GME up to $22, please. I'm not ready. I haven't bought calls yet. We had the 30-minute or 1 hour. We're seeing a flat top descending bottom. What is that called? Is it bearish or bullish? It's bearish. I don't really know what we'd call that on the 1 hour. Hmm. I mean, if you go further back, right? We just have like a solid like support at 43.80, 450. We failed to test that today, which is, and then that's just part of like a larger like opening wedge, right? Or expanding wedge. Here. So grab this. This. I don't know if you'd really isolate this on the 1 hour. I think the only really important thing here is this test failing. Not only failing, right, but a lower, like setting a lower high, right? So technically, I mean, this is lower, highest, lower. So we're getting fairly close to a triple top, but it's not quite. It's more of a head and shoulders. And I don't think things look very good here if we lose 65 again today. How are they managing to crush Dixie so hard with yields going bonkers today? Euro and pound are still up big against the dollar today. There's some ECB speeches this morning and some Bank of England speeches, and then the EC balance of trade was already in. So maybe they're both starting to question the pace of their policy decisions. So I mean, if ECB and Britain move forward with another rate hike, obviously that'll improve the value of their currencies. It's a stock called MNDO that I've been tracking for a while, waiting for it to hit the PCZ of the BAT for the last year. It happens to be headquartered in Israel and just hit PCZ just before the attack. I don't track any of that. Well, Sava Crew comes to one of my brewery locations all the time. Bunch of nerds. Huh. Are you able to tell if they're sell-offs or de-risking sold puts? If so, are they stopping the drops by selling more puts, shorter dated ones? So de-risk longer dated puts, right? And then sell shorter dated ones. Can you tell Tesla to calm the fuck down? What's it doing? Is it going crazy? Siri's mooning. It's fucking... It's like up 4 cents from the bottom. I love the fucking Mag 7 pumping into a falling market. Beautiful. Nope, Rite Aid's still halted. Atomic saying I should not have the fill volume ratio offset 2 days. Want me to reset the chart? That sounds correct. Yeah, because the settlement day is the settlement day already includes the +2. market is not failing. It's up 1.1% today. Okay. How would you feel if we closed flat or red? Fucking come at me with your green candle means bullish nonsense. Hmm. Dork, they're really incentivizing buying puts at the top in a dangerous way. I full ported puts at 43.80. Some would even say they're too cheap, Dork. Is Tesla the only thing holding the market up now? What's Meta doing? Oh, Meta's up 2% for no reason, too. Healthy. Yields are getting weird. R2K is up 160 BPS. No one cares about the R2K though. Is there a decent chance we close red? No. I'm kidding. Hmm. Don't you have a job, JPEG? Is a little VIX backwardation meaningful here? I don't think there is a little VIX backwardation. Yeah, maybe. VX1's 18.2. Hmm. Spammed your inbox. You might want to look at Siri. Ooh. Holy shit. How the fuck did they fail? How did they fail 300, like 275% of the volume traded? They don't want to lose 70 again, huh? No, they don't. This is like distributive, but just really fucking sloppy. When Siri delist? I mean, Siri's like not going out of business or anything. Hmm. What company is having failures? Siri. QQQ's kind of crazy too. That's a shitload of fails for that as well. Is that 5.5 million? 5.57 million fails? Holy shit. Do you see a situation where VIX gets back under 15? I'm thinking no. We might see 1650 to like 1580 over the next couple, well, few days, but I think even that's pretty unlikely. Yields would have to, like, I think yields would have to push too high for us to see that kind of drop in volatility, and people would just start snapping them up again. If people weren't snapping them up, people would be closing shorts, like treasury shorts. So either way, buy pressure. Just a full ported Siri December calls. They're just FTDs. It's just a lot of them. Siri makes me think my math is wrong, but I don't think it is. That's fucking kind of nuts, right? Well, let's see if the borrow rate keeps going up. If it does, then they shorted it back down from fucking $7 with nothing but synthetic liquidity, right? Or $8. If that's the case, then that's gonna be rough for them on T69. Is T69 before the 17th of November? I don't actually know when T69 for it is, but that's probably where we see the big pile up of fails. So it'd be November 9th. I'd have to go back and count it all. It's not just any line, Dork. It's the most important line in the market. All right. Rad isn't trading right now. It's halted. Here, you'll like this better anyway. Yeah, I saw them. The fucking market is a scam. Yeah. Yep, that's correct. What the fuck is that? Oh shit. What the actual fuck? They have, they have positive cash flows too. Ooh. back. That's kind of bearish into the end of the day. Nice. So call interest is kind of retreating back from the 85, 90, 95 levels, and then just leaving behind the sold calls. Concentration of call interest at 43.65, so that's the level they're going to continue to try to defend. Total delta staying pretty flat. It's not falling off too much, but put interest is increasing. So they're gonna have to fight back against that or do something. Yeah, otherwise put interest is gonna start dragging this down. If we fall under 65, well, 60, it gets pretty bearish pretty fast. Then we move into the test of the flip point again. The flip point moved down because there's more concentration of in the money interest at 65, but if some of that starts to capitulate, the gamma flip point's going to move back up again. Actually, especially if the 70 capitulates. You can't say what the actual fuck to us without explanation. That's just rude. I don't think I would ever show this to the broad pickle jar. Or, actually, you know what? I wouldn't show this to anybody in the pickle jar. You guys fucking blow up your ports in 5 minutes. What about your old pal Dork? Yeah, that's fine. There. Those prices are accurate. Right? What the fuck is that? That's a dude, that's like a it's like a 96% drop. I don't know. They're cash flow positive. Oh, why did you send me that? Is that from the D-Spec? I don't know what the fucking bar rate is. If we carry this channel into close, we'll end up somewhere around 43.62. Yeah, I can see that. This would probably break one way or the other before then, though. Still call buying going on. Yields are starting to climb again. They're kind of walking yields down a bit, but pressure on the VIX is picking up. Alright, so inverse head and shoulders. See if this fails. You can't unfull port rad right now, it's halted. Lies. Just did a shop and pay order at Rite Aid. Show's already being boxed up. Bonus, I got paid to keep the alcohol because customer didn't have ID. Rite Aid has a no alcohol return policy. I hope it's something that you enjoy drinking. Are my 4,400 no contracts gonna print? Yeah, I think they probably are. It's funny if it's settle cash sitting at Fidelity because I'm not comfy or beefy doing spreads. So like money market account stuff. All right, fair enough. You'll get there. Ready for SEX to experience a bit of the old ultra violence? Well, uh, I'd like to see that too. I just don't know if it's gonna happen. They're definitely gonna try to hold 65 today. If that, I have very little doubt. Although I'd really like to see this bullshit breakdown on ES. The fact that we've held 4,400 this long is ridiculous. It's what, 43.95 sell orders stacked up? The little bit of momentum they're able to stabilize here is already turning against them, so. Oh no. What have you done, Dork? $36 whole dollars? You crazy son of a bitch. Dork, you're quickly becoming over leveraged in meme stocks. It's a long-term value play. Okay, chill. I mean, if it ever returns to anywhere near its prior price, you'll just be rich. If Dork got over leveraged that fast, I'm glad you didn't tell me what it was. I just see a lot of bearish positioning being built on BAC this week. I haven't looked. Mm, no, a little bit, but not a lot. It's not a great range. Um, like overall positioning is fairly bearish, but I don't see a lot of bearish positioning being added. It's all good, guys. Rad's gonna open at $5, and we'll all make white. Rad'll hit $5. Like they'll finish their announcement in after hours. It'll run to $55 in the overnight session, and it'll open at 10 cents. I want a full port Teddy. I was told that Ryan Cohen would create a baby super company by some folks that really like butterflies. Turd, would you like to buy my bridge? Do you find yourself frequently seeing a ruggedly handsome as fuck fellow whenever you do stuff like stand in front of the mirrors? Um, yeah, actually. Thanks for asking, Barodactyl. I'm fine with that. I'll exercise my rag calls and sell overnight. Yeah, me too. What are we gonna do to Bofa when their pumping blows up? We don't know if this is all Bofa, right? They do have a significant increase in their equity portfolio, but they're not the only bank incentivized to do the same thing. Barodactyl, Girk is tall. Women love tall men and hate short men. So he's a top G. Why is that? Like, what difference does it make? I mean, like, isn't the number of men over 6 feet tall like exceedingly small as a global average? Tall man get fruit from big tree? What if a small man can climb tree? I wouldn't climb a fucking tree. Tall man make big, scare away predator. Not in this day and age. Short man pays minimum wage to tall man to pick fruit. Short man sells at a profit. Nice. It's like 5% globally. Like how is it, but here's my deal. Like how is it that every fucking woman on Tinder expects to bag a dude who's like 6 feet or taller, but that's only 5% of dudes? 5% of dudes. 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 Are you secretly hoping Jen Jen is turned in? Her commentary would be extremely valuable right now. She's the only woman on the internet, so it matters. I have not lost my sense of wonder and adventure at all. You have no idea what I YOLO into. As a woman on Tinder, I prefer shorter guys. Nice. I'm 6'4" and you stole my girl? Explain that. Rims and Tims, listen, man. It doesn't have to be like this, alright? It's it's not you. Nice take. I saw a kid working at Stuck Up Trader Joe's yesterday, and he was 7 feet tall. My wife asked him a question. At 5 foot, her head was just at his waistline. It kind of made me uncomfortable. I'm driving. God damn it, Jen. I'm 6'5", wife's 5'3". I didn't know you were that tall, turd. Like, I've seen pictures of you, but you're always alone in the picture. So there's no way to tell your height. Do women on Tinder prefer men that are short? Bank of America. Play the Power Hour song today. You won't? Well, I'm not going to play it at 2:57. Seven foot versus 5 foot shouldn't be a waistline unless the 7 foot kid has a super tiny head. Don't get in the way of his imaginary cucking. I'm 7'9" and can confirm peen size and height correlate inversely. I mean, it's 7'9". It doesn't matter what kind of hog you're rocking. It's gonna look tiny. It's gonna look like a baby's thumb. There's just no way that shit scales. Dork, did you do those studies yourself? Or were they double blind? Pickles Penne, thank you so much, man. I love how you just donate money anytime I say funny shit. No comment. It's like a baby's arm holding an apple. You stole that from Austin Powers. Dark VIX keeps going down, but nobody's buying calls out of the money. What did I miss that was so funny? Should I rewind, and how much? I don't know, like 5 minutes? Nothing is as odd as a skinny, small dude packing a baby arm down there. They're built for they're built for speed. It's called the delusion calculator. Look it up. This looks like some incel shit. It was made by a man. It's not insults to admit the truth that women love tall men and hate short men. And yes, modern women are way too picky. Can't you like play guitar or pick up one of the become a bard or a minstrel? You know, the careers of the short. This is why the short men haven't been bred out, right? Because they can become artists and poets. Tall men can too, but just learn a couple John Mayer songs and drown in pod. Exactly. Go find a college quad, grab an acoustic guitar, and maybe get some Native American bead work in your hair. Wonderwall. Dictators of France. Yeah. I'm not 6'5". Telling short kings they have hope. I think personality is the word you're looking for. Well, no, because it could be artificial. It's not even that hard. Go buy a cheap canvas jacket, iron some patches onto it, douse yourself in essential oils after not showering for a couple weeks, grow your hair out, boom, laid. Yep. Under 6 foot, but not much. C name. Thanks, Lawrence. AP, artificial personality. I'm not a centaur. I feel personally attacked. Add dreadlocks, and that was me. Well, that's after not showering for 3 months, right? It takes time to build up the dreads. I just want a good man who doesn't cheat and can stand next to me when I wear 6-inch heels. I'm 5'3". Is that asking too much? Maybe. Gaslighting and manipulation. What is? Are these just all tomorrow's calls at this point? What is this horseshit? They're coming for my 4400s. No, they're not. Why does SPX looks like it's about to break up? They don't have any more room to the upside, do they? I mean, there's calls at every strike all the way up to 4400, but the ones at 43, 80, 85, and 90, 95, and 4400 are mostly sold. I guess they could try to squeeze them again. Seems kind of pointless. Ooh, goodies. What the fuck? Just automate your Tinder profile with Chat GPT and you're good. Smart. Do they have like a bunch of sold puts at 75 or something? If Siri breaks $5 today, then I will do my happy dance. That's crazy. They just have a bunch of calls for Friday at 43.75. But there's no calls above it. Look at this bullshit, dork. The market's confused. All of the ranges are flat. Feuds before I prepare for my last meeting of the day in 20 minutes. But like, you want to see them? We just keep bouncing between the prior trend and 4400. The structure is like we move later into this week is really weird. Like there's huge amounts of call interest at like 75, 4400 and 4425, but then there's no calls in between any of these strikes, and then there's a huge amount of sold puts at 4350. It's the world's worst inverse head and shoulders. Forty-three 55 calls and ES seem like they're topped out. And I'm selling them as we speak. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that might be true. If we fail to break a higher high off of this, that's really bearish. You sure what's happening with HE's options? Nothing exciting. There's a lot of options expiring on for OPEX. Even GME isn't going down. Something's wrong. Does GameStop Protect work on their derivatives? 4355 calls. Yes. Okay, so men like women to be small. It's much easier to be small at 5'7" next to a 6-foot man. Plus, short men say things like, we're the same size laying down. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Did they really say that? I thought that was just a meme. 4380 fail, 4365 close. We could close at 75. That would be the other option. I think our closing price will depend on what futures do here. No, they say that to your face. Damn. All right. Well, I I have nothing. All right, everyone, enjoy JFresh being right. I'll be gone for a week. Wait, JFresh's whole thing was down. Straight down. Straight down with no ups. I have it right here. It's this one. Technically, right now, Dork's winning. Closing price 43.7250. Ew. That's the worst. That's the grossest one. No, I don't like that. This is kind of ridiculous. There's got to be some sellers, right? It's 3 consecutively lower highs now. I'm really trying to figure out the point of today. And they're not even de-risking a lot. They're just kind of just trying to hold the price here. Like, Dork, look at this. Everything's just flat, man. Like, the net delta exposure today hasn't moved since fucking, like 11:10. It's perfectly balanced. Were the predictions MOASS or World War III this week? Neither. Neither. But Rite Aid halted. Rite Aid's been halted all day. And we found out that Siri failed 275% of its volume traded on September 19th. Rite Aid? What did you do? I didn't do anything. I spent like $300 on calls. I don't think you've answered this already, but what causes there for an all-day halt? Sorry, 295% FTV? Yeah. Crime? I mean, maybe. 27 million failed to delivers. On 10.2 million volume. 27.97 million fails on 10.24 million volume. How common is an entire day halt? I mean, it's because I'm pretty sure it's because they're selling the Elixir assets, and it's not like they haven't announced the, I don't know, whatever they need to announce. I assume the finalized offer price or whatever, but it should unhalt after that. So you're saying my Siri leaps aren't trash? I don't know, maybe not. The SEC is waiting for Rad to take down their Craigslist ad for the division. it's it's nice that it seems we found the one true VWAP of the market. Ah. When will those fails on Siri have to be covered? They'll be netted off through CNS. How do you fail 27 million times when 10 million was traded? Ah, that's what happens when you use synthetic liquidity. I wonder if these $35,000 $5 calls will go in the money this week. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. What's the out of the money put to call ratio on Siri right now? Why is this looking so enticing all of a sudden? Out of the money put call ratio is 1.87. Hmm. Since March OPEX, put OI has doubled. So is call OI. Interesting. No, this will probably fail again. I'm up on my degen position. 75 basis points. Let's fucking go. I DM'd you Siri ETF FTDs. Damn. I mean, none of them are crazy high, but they're pretty consistent. 1017. So 1.8 million fails tomorrow. There were 899,000 on Friday. And another 1.5 million on 11/1. They're just elevated throughout the like entire time period though. It's like only one day in the last 2 months with fucking under 100,000 fails. Peener, yeah. Yeah. Maybe. SPX trying to make a Batman logo. It's such a shit show. I don't know. The settlement date, Sam. Most of series ETF FTDs appear on short QQQ ETFs. Hmm. Yeah, it's part of QQQ now, isn't it? Or its weighting got bumped up. I'm more interested in its just regular FTDs. 27 million? Like, the 270% fail to volume is fucking nuts. AI. Also Express to 70. Cheers, Pickleman. Thanks, RPi squared. Has Express moved at all? Maybe that'll run and get a fucking options chain finally. Eh, I guess it's up a little bit. This is boring as fuck. Tomorrow bearish? Huh. Dixie's still pushing down. Yields are kind of flattening. And correlation dropped off today pretty hard. PSQ, QQQ, yeah. I think it's the equal weight QQQ ETF. Also, I didn't ignore your. I just read your membership milestone chat. Yeah, if it broke, I kind of agree, Dork. Oh, did we find the future sellers? Yeah, yes and no. Rod earnings are in the AM. Is that part of the halt? Could be, yeah. That's nuts, but was essentially immediately netted by CNS. 3.9 billion shares outstanding is a pretty sobering number. Yeah, I agree. It'll take a lot of sustained FTDs to push this one. Well, thankfully, Liberty Media split off their like securitized the split off of their holdings in Siri and into another stock. And so banks took like a massive well, I wonder if what's more important there. So a bunch of banks went like short Siri and then long the Liberty Media Holdings Group. Um but then I think Liberty Media is buying out the other or the rest of the ownership stake in Siri. Or they're trying to. So that means, and then there's also like a dispersion trade there in the options chain as well. Rat acquiring Amazon. I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now. Cobra. Yeah, those have been ridiculous. A little worse since the split. That's actually, that's actually like really significant, Carl, given that the free float's like 3 million shares. Thanks, turd. Give me that sweet end of day sell off. You might get your wish. Failed it. Failure here is pretty bearish. Like this. This is all of this effort wasted. Calls were selling off for a minute there, but it looks like they're stabilizing again. Delta dropped by 200 or 200 million. I bought a 43.90 30-minute to expiry for $30 and crashed the market. Thanks, dork. $43.69.99. Ew. Who cares about BlackBerry? Anything to look forward to for J&J earnings? I mean, I don't know. Is there? I picked up a Jan 4200p there at the top. I'm getting some December 4300s later this week. Nice. Liberty Media stuff is all the more reason FTD counts have little value if not sustained obligation. It looks like the merger would end up splitting at 1-to-1. With any excess going in cash to minority shareholders, the cash allows for all unnetted obligations to be cleared through traditional dividend payment structures, effectively relieving excess pressure on any short positions. It's almost a better get out of obligation free card than CNS. But do they have time? And what if the deal falls through again? It's fallen through twice now? I think 2 prior attempts at acquisition. I cannot sell these 1117 Siri calls for 26 cents. All it does is drop the average on Gherk's screen to 0.255 until I cancel the order. Yeah, the market maker won't fill you. When do you think Upstart can do a thing? It's getting pretty illiquid. It may start doing a thing soon. GME's tips are also starting to turn around a little bit. Hmm. Still just hanging out at 4405, huh? Most likely close today is looking at like just over under 4375. Yep. How about 4373 instead? That way I make $10 and I can go get a kiss behind the Wendy's dumpster. Hmm. Is everything in the market green except for BTU, Apple, and GME? Sava dropped 14% today. Boeing is red as is tradition. Let's raise the upside for the straddle tomorrow. Possibly, yeah. I might not leverage it as heavily. I might go like 1 to 2 calls to puts, but I mean, there's still some room. It's not completely out of the question that we could test 4400 especially if we can hold like 4375 into close today. We might fail right here as this megaphone breaks down, but we might not. Disney climbing up. Shareholders like the idea of increased prices across all parks. Too little, too late. Short-term puts, long-term calls. Interesting. Wait, are you actually playing Disney? I thought you hated equities. You're gonna get my $130 worth of 4400 ES? No contracts? I don't think so. 4350 close. While that would be super cool, it's very unlikely. So you're going put favored on a straddle overnight? Yeah, probably. Hated does not equal not worth it. I like gambling. I don't like explaining myself to the powers that be. Fair enough. You can always just trade ETFs, Gaff. Because that's so fun, right? Surrey borrow rate just went up to 76%. Neat. Surrey borrow rate just doubled. Market maker keeps pricing IV up. Hmm. What happens if this loses 75 here, though? 75 is like the only long-term support. If we punch down below it, there's just not much. A 65 call interest fell off super hard. 70 and 80 or 75 and 80 are the only ones left. And they're still profit taking. Ooh. That's bearish. Yeah, losing 75 doesn't look good. Wow. All that interest at 50, Dork. Hmm. Straddle time? I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Calls are still selling off faster than they're buying them. Pretty low volume day, too. I guess it's Monday, but... Hmm. Correlation's turning around a little bit here. Yeah, that's not... I mean, price improvement's not even how FTDs work. I rolled my derp strangle. I still incurred an extra day trade. I thought selling both legs of a strangle only counted as one day trade. Shrug. Unless you legged out of it, it should. Bulls de-risking or just getting stomped? I think they're just getting stomped. But if vol starts to pick up, they'll have to de-risk. Hmm.
Interesting. All right. Can sell off back to VWAP, I guess. I'm not really sure that's a win. Battle for 43.75. It appears that way. Still on my close put. We're ended up on my long call for tonight's strangle. Using yesterday's put. Are you about the same state on the overnight play? No. My put from Friday is way lower. I have a 43.50 sold against it that expires tomorrow, and then from the put side, and then I have I don't have anything open right now. I'd much rather buy a more evenly balanced straddle at 43.70 if the opportunity presents itself, but I might have to straddle 43.75, which sucks. I was thinking use my put leg, which just like yours is pretty far away. Thanks to the thought process. No problem. Hmm. 6 minutes left. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna close here. It's a lame fucking day, Dork. Kirk looks thrilled with today. I mean, it was okay. I made some money on the dumps earlier. I'm gonna try to get the 43.80 in the money before close. Or just fail at that again for the 90th time. They bought so many 43.80 calls this morning and none of them have printed. Does the SPX gap to 44.01 matter? There's an ES gap to the downside. What gap to 44.01? This thing? Probably not. I guess it matters if we don't fill it, but it's so old. It's like fucking September 20th.
She sold an in the money SPX at open against the dead straddle leg. Trying to get better at managing straddle exits. I don't think it was in the money at open. We opened at like 60, right? Yeah, well, I didn't sell it until we hit 60, but yeah, I guess I could have sold it in the money. I didn't have a chance to do that though. Wasn't sure if it mattered since ES filled it in the PM last week, but it's about being a month old. Yeah, it might not matter if ES already filled it, but it's almost a month old now. And the market makers probably moved on and taken the loss, right? Some longer puts on the 43.85 peak, which was nice. Nice, dude. Well done. We're at unlock for the last minute of trading just to tease. No, probably not until tomorrow morning. Ooh, interesting. Fuck. Bears win, I guess, at the end of the day. Damn. That was kind of nuts. That'll average out, but still, that's getting the 43.75s out of the money and to close. Look at fucking VIX rocket. Where did that close on ES? I think that's gonna be below 4405. Yeah, 40, just like at 4400. My 43.70 75p didn't completely die. Nice, man. So like broke even on it. Fuck your 43.75 calls. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Nice move, end of day. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Alright, well, fucking, what a boring day while we just stay hung up on, like, Friday's call interest at 43.75. Yields moved up, and you know, then they kind of moderated after we had this big drop off in the middle of the day. I think into close they're about flat on open. Or well, flat on, you know, the earlier low of the day, I guess. I think these are going to continue to move up. I don't know how much longer the dollar is going to move down against that pressure, but so far it's moving down in a very controlled way. I could see dollar coming back up over the long-term trend over the next couple of days, and putting a little bit more pressure on volatility. But while that continues to drop, that will ease some of that pressure. Correlation kind of started to pick back up there into the end of the day today. If we go to like the 1 hour, yeah, so a lower high there than the pump on last week. It may be getting harder and harder to push that dispersion trade. Let me see the 1 day here. Yeah, yeah. So even on the 1 day, little bit more contraction. I expect that this will continue to break down. Volatility picking up in after hours. Uh, yields coming down a little bit, and then I don't think this is printed yet. Oh no, it did. Okay, so bond vol actually down a little bit today, so that kind of eased. That kind of helped ease correlation. Remember, bond vol down, correlation down, SPX up, right? Or core 3 month down. And then I kind of want to look at this on the weekly. So we have a new week now. Correlation with the contract in front is coming down, but correlation with VVIX is moving up. That's interesting. Still looks like we're headed into a higher volatility regime, although things are fairly stabilized today. So into tomorrow, that's going to leave us with 4400 and 4416 as our, big signal points. Breaks below 4400 aren't inherently bearish, and I think realistically we can trade across the entirety of this range without really ever shifting into a strong trend directionally either way. Below 4385, that's where they're going to start to lose that 4350 Vega level where they have the sold puts. Above here, they're going to start breaking towards the calls at 4400. So those are going to be like our key levels going into tomorrow to watch. For now though, I think we just stay kind of pressed up against the trend, unless there's a big positional shift, which despite today's 1% move up, I don't think it made that much of a difference. Where did Rad close? The same place it did Friday because it never opened for trading today. What dumped futures? Yeah, big time. Big futures sell off. Only futures will shift SPX down. Like there was no options buying that was gonna move SPX that hard into the end of the day. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much for hooking up J Money with a membership.
There once was a man on Pi-Fi stream, his name was John Wilkes Booth, you see. The comments came in, but the names weren't green, now watch the Cornichons grow. Soon may the
101k vol and futures close. Yeah, I wish it sold off earlier in the day.
When the streaming is done, we'll unsub and watch and go.
But I could see tomorrow being equally fucking boring if we don't break either of these levels, right? We could just end up staying flat here another day. Hopefully retail sales will give us a little bit of movement and maybe we'll get some volume coming in tomorrow and mix things up. But right now, ugly, very ugly. So I'll let you guys know more when I have options data out tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later.